Good afternoon, and everyone, and welcome to the House Ways and Means Committee hearing. Today we have 7 bills on the docket today. We're going to start with Delegate Ebersole's bill, House Bill 192. It's a sponsor-only bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 192 is a Baltimore County delegation bill that would remove the restriction for the student member of the board to vote on both the operating and capital budgets when considering them. This bill has not yet it's been heard, but not yet taken up by the Baltimore County delegation. That's the end of my testimony.
Awesome testimony. Any questions for Delegate Ebersole? Delegate Ebersole, I do have one question. This bill was introduced and passed in the House last year. Is that correct?
Sir. 2 years ago.
2 years ago. Perfect. Thank you, sir. Seeing no other questions on House Bill 192, that concludes the public hearing for House Bill 192. We're going to move on to House Bill 200. Delegate Amprey.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and it's good to see my Ways and Means colleagues again. I feel like I'm here every day. Good to see you all again. Today, I will be testifying about House Bill 200. You'll have to forgive us. The current text you all have does not reflect our most recent changes. We are still waiting to get that cleared up. And one thing is the title of the bill ultimately is where one of the biggest changes is that needs to be made here is that this is not I'll be clear, this is not a mandate or requirement. It's ultimately a bill in which we are trying to get financial literacy education into every school in the state. And what this bill will do is it will require the state of Maryland to create an online curriculum that will be robust in nature in order to provide a thorough financial literacy coursework. We look at today's world, you're able to take college courses online. I prepared for and passed the bar via online courses. And in this new virtual education world, I think that our high school students are able to take on a virtual form of education and be able to use it well. So what this bill will do is it will require the state to create an online financial education curriculum that then every school district in our state will be able to utilize. And if they were to utilize it in whole, those students who take it will receive some type of credit or some type of certificate in which they would be able to signify that they are now well-versed in various forms of financial literacy. And what this bill will also do is it will add a few more requirements into what will be required standards for the financial literacy education that we provide here in Maryland. And an ultimate goal of this bill is to make sure that every county has access to this form of education. We know that many of our counties, many of our school districts, we're struggling right now, right? We know that many districts are seeing exodus of teachers, exodus of administrators. So providing another way to provide an education that makes it easier on teachers and administrators to be able to administer that education. And then knowing that how important this type of education is why we need a bill like this. And ultimately we know that, financial literacy education, some people think of it as, I'll be able to trade in the stock market, or I'll be able to do some really smart investing, which is great. I think that's a goal of any type of financial literacy education. But some of this education that we need are basic things that, I still learned as I was in my 20s and 30s that I felt that I should have been learning in high school on how to navigate the real world. And I think the other thing you have to think about is when I think about the constituents of my district and how people who live or live in check to check or who are below the median income levels are struggling, and how some industries and things take advantage of those who are not as financially aware of things. So it's important that we give people the education to be able to navigate, to make sure that they can be a better version of themselves and be able to be citizens that can survive and thrive in the great state of Maryland. So again, I hope for a favorable report on this bill, and I look forward to your questions and comments, and I hope to have the fully amended version of the bill to you shortly, hopefully at the top of next week, or maybe tomorrow we'll have it wrapped up for us.
Thank you, Delegate. We have 2 people who signed up to speak. Before I take any questions, I'm going to ask them to speak. We have Raymond Luby and Robert Inton. You both will have 2 minutes. At any time after the 2 minutes, I'm going to ask you to wrap up, and you have 10 seconds to wrap up your comments. With that said, we'll go with Mr. Luby. Am I saying that right, Luby?
Yeah, that's right, Mr. Vice Chairman. Thank you so much, Vice Chairman Washington, members of the Ways and Means Committee. It's my pleasure to be with you today. My name is Ramon Luby, and I'm the President and CEO of the Maryland Bankers Association. Founded in 1896, the MBA represents FDIC-insured community, regional, and national banks. MBA's members operate more than 1,300 branches and employ more than 30,000 Marylanders across the state. Today, I'm here to offer MBA support for House Bill 200, which provides for financial literacy curriculum across the state. The MBA and its members recognize the critical importance of building financial literacy skills and having taken the step to leverage resources to advance financial literacy, wellness, and inclusion. The FDIC has found, among other things, financial education gives consumers knowledge about budgeting, savings, investing, choosing credit products, and protecting themselves against fraud. Financial education also benefits the broader economy by making citizens more financially stable. Economic crises such as the one precipitated by COVID-19 pandemic underscore the financial education's importance. We know that it's never too early to get Marylanders to think critically about building strong financial habits. With that, the NBA asks that House Bill 200 be reported out as favorable. We thank you for the opportunity to share our thoughts on this critical legislation.
Thank you. Mr. Enton?
Thank you very much, Robert Enton. I'm General Counsel to the Maryland Bankers Association, and I've represented them, I guess, for 35 years, I think, down in Annapolis. I think this is a really, really a critical issue as we move forward in the state of Maryland. So much of what we see and so much of what we do is based on our financial condition. So many of the bills that you all deal with the financial condition of Maryland citizens. And we just thank Delegate Ampry. We think this is a critical piece of legislation to make sure that we get as much financial education to our citizens as early as we can. So we're in full support of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to questions. Delegate Ebersol.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, Delegate Ampry, thank you for bringing this bill. And thank you to Mr. Luby and to Mr. Enton for their testimony. I was a math teacher, and sometimes when I was teaching logarithms and exponents, I wondered if it wouldn't have been more useful to have been teaching them something about some of the topics that you discussed, which ones would actually carry them through life a little better. Some people would use them, but financial literacy is something everybody can use. I do have a technical question for the sponsor, if I might. On page 2, under letter C, number 2, which is just about halfway down the page, you have this bill has been pretty much a little softer up to this point. Says during financial literacy education week, each county board shall require schools in the county to host public discussions on financial literacy. I'm a little worried about what that means, and I'm also curious to what your intent was on that one.
Yes, thank you so much for your question. So that's another portion of the bill that will be removed. So my apologies for not taking that out yet. So again, I want to make sure that we're the state of Maryland is providing the resource of a great financial education. I think that to have us mandate or require anything gets into the slippery slope where, as a legislative body, saying what can or shouldn't be taught. And I feel as though the less we can do that, the better around certain things. So I think that what this bill will do, it will make sure that every school has access to a really good financial literacy education coursework, regardless of what kind of teachers they may have to be able to teach that. They can use the course. And also, what I forgot to mention earlier that we added to the bill is also the course would also be made available to those who are incarcerated. So making sure that our incarcerated population has access to the same coursework. So it wouldn't be, there'd be no requirement on our financial literacy week. I would encourage it though. I would love to see that happen where we're getting the community engaged. But again, I don't want to mandate and require from the legislative body when it comes to education standards or requirements as much as possible here. So that was my.
So your amendment's going to strike that, you're saying?
Yeah, we're going to have that'll be taken out.
Great, you've answered my question. I appreciate that. I also appreciate the other things that you mentioned about incarcerated people. That's all great stuff. You're on mute, Mr. Chair.
Delegate Palakovich-Carr, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Also a question for the bill sponsor. Thank you for flagging to the committee that you do have a sponsor amendment forthcoming. I just want to make sure I understand the intention with the sponsor amendment. It sounds like, or would be right to characterize that it basically is taking out any mandate on curriculum. This would just be something that would be optional for districts, and hopefully they'll move ahead. Would that be an accurate
Yeah,
authorization?
Yep, it's optional, and so we know that some districts already implement a form of financial education. So those districts, if they were to use this course, they could use it to supplement what they already teach. But the one thing that we will keep in the language is that if a school district uses the entire coursework and the student is required to take it, the only thing that I would require is that they get credit for it, right? We don't want students we know that it's not going to have as much teeth if students take it and they don't get anything out of it. There's no credit or no certificate of completion. So if the district uses the entire coursework as their financial literacy course, then they would have to give credit for that. So that will be maintained in the language of the bill. So yeah, there's no requirement other than that. If they do use it all, then the student needs to get some credit for it. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? I do have one, Delegate Ampry.
Yeah.
How much does Jay Walker hate you for taking his bill? No, I'm joking. Obviously, I'm joking. No, it's a great bill, Delegate, and thank you for the testimony today.
Yeah.
Any other real questions? Seeing none, thank you. That concludes the public hearing for House Bill 200.
Sure, I'll see y'all later.
Thank you, sir.
All right, bye.
We'll have House Bill 196. Is Delegate Sham here with us? There we go. I see you. So House Bill 196, Delegate Sham. Ready when you are.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here this afternoon. To the Ways and Means committee members, I appreciate your time to share my bill. I'm here to talk about school library contents and easier accessibility for students and parents. An important component of raising adults includes the active involvement of parents in their students' school experience. This can be a very blurred line, as we all know. Parental involvement can be defined as the active, ongoing participation of a parent or primary caregiver in the education of his or her child. It's not defined as the parent telling Mr. Jones, the algebra teacher, how to teach his math lesson. It's not defined as burning books in the school library because we don't like the book's content. The heart of this bill is intended to address easier access to the contents of the school library catalog. The best predictor of student success is the extent to which families learning at home involve themselves in their child's education. Though library books may not likely be embraced as a big piece of a child's education as compared to the instructional materials that a teacher uses to drive their lessons, easy access to a school's library catalog online is beneficial for the child as they complete homework at the kitchen table. Parents in my district and beyond have reached out to me and stated accessing their students' library catalog online is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Some recommended if there was a quick link for them to click on that would get the parent and the child to the right book that they're seeking would be advantageous. I know many parents who have confessed that they are not computer savvy and have significant difficulty navigating through so many tabs to get to where they need to be. Picture this: Mary is a 5th grade elementary student. It's Tuesday night, dinner is finished, and she's ready to start her research on a science project regarding pollution on the Potomac River. Mom or dad want to support Mary on her project and assist her by gathering the books that she needs. Mary loves science, and she recalls seeing a book in her school library that would be helpful for her project. Mary and mom or dad log onto the school district's website to try and locate the book. They spend nearly 30 to 40 minutes trying to find the book that they need. This is a true story. Yes, school districts currently have on their websites the contents of a school's library for parents and children to freely access, but the process is not very easy for more challenged families to retrieve this information. Think of the English language learner family. This bill does not censor libraries. It empowers students and readers to be more independent when accessing their school's library catalog. This bill will require school districts to send the parents and guardians a link to the location of the county's school board's website to locate the school library catalog. This bill will require school boards to send out this link on before September the 15th annually. This link can be sent electronically, home with the student, or mailed to the parents or guardian. This is currently not codified into law. I thank you for your time, and I look forward to a favorable vote.
Thank you, Delegate. Seems like you have a few people signed up to testify on the bill. I have Ella Ennis. Okay, not here. Lori Halverson. All right, if they pop on in time, we'll call them back up. And Vince McAvoy. I'm gonna say it one more time. Ella Ennis, Lori Halverson, and Vince McAvoy.
Yes.
Oh,
Good
Ella.
afternoon.
There you go, Ms. Ennis. Yep, thank you. You have, Ms. Ennis, you have 2 minutes, okay?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Ella Ennis, and I am here to represent the 1,480 members of the Maryland Federation of Republican Women today. And we strongly support House Bill 196 to require each public school to publish their school library catalog online each year, accessible to parents to review. I think children learn best when their parents can be involved in their education. House Bill 196 increases that opportunity for parents to be aware of the materials available to their children and to encourage them in reading and in doing research for their written papers. And this can be done from home. House Bill 196 promotes transparency and trust in our school systems. We believe that educational materials and curriculums should be available to the parents to review, and by reviewing those materials, they will have more confidence and be more assured of what their children are learning. The fiscal note for this bill indicates that every school in the state already has an online library catalog, and so it's just providing the link is really all that needs to be done, and there would not be any large cost involved in providing this opportunity to parents. And we feel strongly that the taxpayers and the citizens pay for these materials and for the schools, and they should be available. It is openness for them, both for the citizens and for the schools. It promotes trust and a help to the students. So we urge strongly for you to have a favorable report for this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions of the sponsor and the witness? Yes, Delegate Jones.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you so much, Delegate. I just had a couple quick questions. It's kind of a joke that I am actually a huge library fan, big fangirl myself. And so I did have a question. Right now, school library catalogs for all of Maryland schools are available, I believe, either publicly or via student and partner portals, aren't they already?
That is correct.
Okay, so.
But I won't put any words in your mouth. What was your next question?
Okay, so if they're already available, can you explain to me the difference in your bill? Because I must have missed something. I'm sorry.
Right, yes, thank you. Thank you for that question, Delegate. I appreciate it. So the meat of the bill is to make sure that parents receive the link at the beginning of the school year, September the 15th, and annually, that will give them access to that school library catalog. A lot of parents who I spoke to have had, excuse me.
Oh, bless you.
Thank you. A lot of parents have had difficulty navigating their school's website to get to the catalog, and actually recommended just being sent a link that they can click on. Particularly a lot of special needs parents who may also be challenged themselves in navigating a website and navigating through the cumberness that can come from looking for certain information. So the meat of the bill and the crust of the bill is not necessarily having access to something that already exists, which is the school catalog on the website, but more so being sent that link September 15th of every year, so that they can access that information more readily and quickly.
So it's just it's basically locating it for them and reminding them where it is. This isn't anything.
It's just a link. It's a link. If school systems can, at the beginning of the school year, again, send that information out either electronically or paper on with the child. And it's just a link that that family can either click on if it's sent electronically or type it into an address bar, and it will take them directly to the information that they're seeking for school library catalogs.
So it's just to find out what's in the catalog, which we already know.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you
Well,
so
and to
much.
have access to those materials to help their student complete any assignments at home versus going on to a website for your school district, John Smith Elementary School, and navigating, clicking here, clicking there. You made a mistake. It's not that way. Let me go back. That's what I'm hearing a lot of parents complain, that it's really difficult to get to where they need to be for them and their student.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions? Delegate Patterson.
Thank you. I just thank you, first of all, Delegate Thiem, for bringing this legislation. But I want to make clear, because I've gotten emails from librarians, and I believe I heard the testimony of the witness talking about censorship. Does this bill encourage censorship, what should be in a library or not? Or is it purely what you have indicated, that is merely a link or easier method for parents to cure or connect with the books that are in the law or in the schools?
Thank you, Delegate. I appreciate that question and being very forthright. I appreciate it. No, as I mentioned, it is not intended to censor libraries, to burn books because we may not like the content. It is not. That is not the heart of this bill. It is simply a user-friendly method for families to be able to access material at home. And some families have had difficulty in doing that, going on their school district's website to try and find a book that their child needs to complete an assignment. So no, it's not intended. That is not the intent of the bill to censor libraries or anything in that fashion.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. That concludes the public hearing for House Bill 196. Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, we're going to move to House Bill 154, our very own Delegate Polakovich-Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, I'm Delegate Julie Polakovich-Carr, here to present House Bill 154. This legislation would require each public school district to adopt and implement a policy regarding the safety of students who have a life-threatening food allergy. There are an estimated 27,000 public school students across our state who have a life-threatening food allergy. And for these students, what that means is if they are exposed to their food allergen, even take a very small bite of something that has their food allergen, they risk going into anaphylactic shock, and without emergency medical treatment, including injection of an epinephrine injection, they actually could die from exposure to their food allergen. But the good news is that prevention really is the name of the game with food allergies. Our current law regarding food allergies in school settings largely is focused on the emergency response and making sure that students have access to their medication and kind of what happens after an exposure happens. But this legislation would put into statute some requirements basically to look at the preventative side. How can we prevent students from going into anaphylactic shock to begin with? Thankfully, there actually are some very good resources out there, including voluntary guidelines issued by the federal government, as well as from the state of Maryland for schools on this issue. So schools don't need to come up with this out of thin air. The voluntary guidelines that MSDE and the Department of Health jointly issued back in 2009 are actually a very comprehensive guide. And if I can take a detour for just a moment, I do want to thank MSDE. They've said in their testimony, they actually plan to work with the Department of Health to update those guidelines since they are a few years old at this point. And I do want to thank MSDE for proactively doing that. But the existing guidelines from 2009 do say that that is not meant to be the final word on this issue, that MSDE and the Health Department really are expected that local districts would adopt their own policies on this subject. To date, about 2/3 of our school districts have done so and have adopted a policy regarding management of students with a severe food allergy. 1/3 of the districts have not. But I'll note, even for districts that have a policy in place, they may not be fully comprehensive or may not really address the preventative issues that those voluntary guidelines talk about. So I think there's kind of two big benefits to having every district create their own policy on this. First of all, it's providing guidance for staff, for educators, for principals, the folks who are working day in, day out in schools to keep these students safe, so that they don't have to reinvent the wheel, that they know at a minimum what they should be doing. And second, it's providing transparency and peace of mind for students and their families in knowing about what accommodations that they can receive from their school. I'll say, from my own personal experience as a parent of a public school student who has a severe food allergy, there's a lot of angst when your child starts a new school. My son was in kindergarten last year, and we had a very positive experience working with our school principal and his teacher, but that isn't the case for every family. And I'll note that food allergies, especially a life-threatening food allergy, actually is considered a disability under the ADA. Students can get a 504 plan if need be. In my own family's case, we have not set a 504 plan because the baseline accommodations in our school and in our district were sufficient to meet my son's needs. So I think this kind of proactive approach actually could help save some schools some effort on that front. The second part of the bill would require disclosure of major food allergens that are ingredients in the foods that are served in the school cafeteria. Again, this is about making sure that students and their families can prevent exposure to the student's food allergen. And to date, about 70% of the districts in our state are already doing this disclosure and would already be in compliance. So that is all that I have. Thank you for your time and attention, colleagues.
Thank you. We'll take, you have 3 witnesses with us today. We'll take them in this order. Carrie Keaton, Jason Lind, and Kristen Ayers. You all get 2 minutes apiece, and I'll ask you to wrap up after the 2 minutes. Carrie, you around?
Yes. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Washington and members of the Ways and Means Committee. My name is Carrie Keaton and I live in Rockville, Maryland. I'm here to strongly support House Bill 154. While my 2 sons with life-threatening food allergies are now 29 and 23 years old, they are long past their days in Montgomery County Public Schools. However, I'm still involved because since 1999, I have been a member, and for most of that time, the facilitator for the Metro DC Food Allergy Support Group. The group is composed of parents of food allergic kids, sharing information on managing all aspects of life with a food allergic child. We have members in several Maryland counties. Many parents join our group right when their child is ready to be sent to school for the first time. Over the years, this has been the topic most discussed on our group's active listserv and at our monthly meetings. The second most discussed topic among our support group is restaurant dining. House Bill 154 goes further than the 2009 published state guidelines by requiring the labeling of ingredients of all foods served in the school cafeteria. I fully support this addition to the school guidelines. The labeling of packaged food is required by federal law, and many restaurants have started voluntarily publishing the major food allergens in their food, which is of a great help to anybody with a food allergy. I actually participated as a parent representative on the committee that drafted the 2009 state guidelines. And I understand that at the time it was hoped that all school districts would adopt their own guidelines. So since they haven't, I do believe it's now time to require the school districts to do so. I think that House Bill 154 outlines all areas that need to be addressed and asks for a very favorable report for this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason?
Sure. Thank you, sir. Mr. Vice Chair, Delegate Polakovich-Carr, and members of the House Ways and Means Committee, my name is Jason Lindy. I'm the Senior Vice President of Government and Community Relations at FAIR, Food Allergy Research and Education, the nation's leading non-governmental organization engaged in food allergy advocacy and the largest private funder of food allergy research. FAIR is delighted to be here today to support Delegate Polakovich-Carr's legislation, HB 154, which updates the 2009 voluntary guidance from the state on how county school districts should assist children with life-threatening food allergies. For the approximately 27,500 Maryland public school children with life-threatening food allergies, this legislative update is desperately needed, as many of the county school districts are failing to meet the voluntary guidance. Worse yet, the CDC found that the number of children with life-threatening food allergies has more than doubled over the past 20 years and has more than tripled for children with peanut or tree nut allergies. For children who are African American or Asian American, the rates are growing even faster. So we currently have a recipe for disaster on our hands. We have more children now more than ever with life-threatening food allergies, yet we have county school districts not willing to comply with voluntary guidance. Because food allergy reactions send someone to the emergency room every 3 minutes in America, if no action is taken, it is only a matter of time before an ambulance arrives at one of our state's schools, and that is a shame. We can and should do better. Thankfully, HB 154 is a reasonable, thoughtful solution that establishes a baseline of standards to protect Maryland's food allergic children, provides a list of guidelines for county school districts to follow that will reduce the fear and anxiety felt by children and their parents and caregivers. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today. I applaud the delegate and the work of this committee, encourage a favorable report, and will happily answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ayers. Kristen, you're available. Ms. Kristen.
Okay, good afternoon. Sorry about that.
There you go.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Washington and the Ways and Means Committee. I am a parent of two children, age 11 and 14 at Frederick County Public Schools, and they have multiple food allergies, peanut, tree nut, wheat, and egg. And we fear anaphylaxis wherever we go. People often ask me if they've ever had anaphylaxis, and fortunately, to this date, they have not. However, what I tell them frequently is, like the stock market, past performance is not a predictor of future performance. And every tragedy I have read, there's usually some kind of incident where the planning wasn't in place, or they banked on the past where the individual didn't have a reaction. And unfortunately, that's not always the case. So what I tell my kids when they leave the house is, if you fail to plan, you are planning to fail. You always have to have your EpiPen with you, and you always have to think, how can I avoid a situation where I'm accidentally ingesting an allergen? And so we're very lucky to be in Frederick County. Our teachers are trained by our school nurse. Our bus drivers are trained. Our field trip supervisors are trained. I say that one of the toughest jobs I ever loved is the month before school, when I go to my doctor's office and I fill out 4 forms to make sure an allergen is not ingested, and God forbid it is. My nurse, my teacher, my bus driver, the field trip supervisors know what to do. You can hear my voice. I'm very passionate about this. And I just hope that the committee gives 154 favor. It's so important that every parent and child have detailed plans in place and proactive measures to keep them safe. I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions of the sponsor and the witnesses? Seeing none, thank you very much. That concludes the public hearing for House Bill 154. Members of the committee will move on to House Bill 139. Delegate Lukey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I know you all have heard me talk more than enough today, so I'm going to keep it brief and then hand it over to the witnesses. House Bill 139 is a fairly straightforward bill. Members of the committee will recall that last year, after a couple of years of work by advocates and legislators, we undertook a significant restructuring of the educational programs provided in our juvenile services facilities. As a part of that, we identified an issue which creates some challenges within the workforce in these facilities. And put simply, the issue is that some teachers in the juvenile services education facility are employees who are hired under the collective bargaining agreement, And some teachers have been hired as essentially at-will employees. In other words, you have people doing the exact same job, but with two separate sets of rights in the workplace. And that's, I mean, first of all, just not fair, but second, it undermines the functioning of the system, among other things, by creating multiple sets of rules that administrators have to deal with anytime they're dealing with personnel issues. We discovered as we were investigating this, that this is not just a problem with teachers in the juvenile services education program, but also in the adult correctional education programs. And so all the bill does is it says that those employees who are what are called special appointments, who are the at-will employees, will become members of the unit, just like everybody else who's hired as a teacher, and that the system will only have to deal with one process for personnel and simplify things, essentially. So it seems to me a pretty straightforward, obvious bill for us to pass, and I'd encourage the committee to give it a favorable report.
Thank you, Mr. Majority Leader. We're going to take Kimberly Pogue first.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair and members of the Ways and
I'm
Means
sorry,
Committee.
Ms. Pogue, you have, for all the witnesses that are here, you have 2 minutes to speak on the bill, okay?
All right.
Thank
Good
you.
afternoon, Vice Chair and members of the Ways and Means Committee. My name is Kimberly Pogue, and I am the Superintendent of the Juvenile Services Education Program. The Juvenile Services Education Program Board is in favor of House Bill 139. The JSEP Board is in support of this bill because we believe it would help to attract and retain teachers. During this time of teacher shortages, we think this bill will help to provide consistency for our current teachers and attract highly qualified teachers. Professional salaries, support, working conditions, and shared decision-making are significant factors in recruiting and maintaining highly qualified staff. When I take over the daily operations of the JSEP education program, I will face the same teacher shortages that plague local school districts. I, along with the JSEP board, believe that this bill will go a long way in attracting and retaining qualified teachers. We also think this bill will ensure that JSEP staff have a respected voice in our school system. A respected educator will use that voice to both identify and solve school and classroom issues, which in turn will improve student learning. Lastly, we believe that House Bill 139 will create a level playing field among the instructional staff of JSEP. The majority of the JSEP teaching staff are at-will special appointment employees, while those staff hired after July 2019 are merit staff with collective bargaining rights. When JSEP assumes control of education in all DJS facilities, we want to ensure that everyone is working together and knows their rights and responsibilities. Vice Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of state personnel, professional service, juvenile services education, teachers, and correctional education bill. I urge you to support House Bill 139. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. The next speaker we'll take is Felicia Hawkins. Just give it another sec. Felicia Hawkins. Okay, well, she hops on. Sarah, let me know. Next person we'll take, next witness is Doug. Doug, I can't say your last name. Doug P. Man, Mr. Majority Leader, man, no one's showing up today.
I see Mr. Pittsnoggle on here, but I don't know if he can hear us.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's been. Thank you, Vice Chair Washington and members of the committee.
It looks like you're going out, Mr. Pittsnoggle. There you go. Well, at least we can see you right now.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you,
Does it
yes.
sound? Thank you, Vice Chair Washington and members of the committee.
Mr. Pisnagle, it's either your
Sir.
internet connection or you're going in and out. Okay, let me until we figure that out. Let me go to the next witness first, and we'll come back to you at the end. Okay. Jennifer Messina.
Yes, Messina.
Yep. Okay. Go ahead, Miss Messina.
My camera turned off. Okay, here I go. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Washington and members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Messina, and I'm here in support of Bill 139. I've been a correctional educator for over 25 years. 22 of these years, I've been labeled special appointment. There's no rhyme or reason to this label. For example, one person with 29 years is labeled special appointment. Another person with 10 years is not, while someone else with only 1 year is. In 2009, we were transferred over to DLLR, which is now DOL. We were assured that label would be taken away. Everyone employed by DOL should have the same protections and rights. The right to vote on union topics and collective bargaining rights. Please support us and vote in our favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person, I'm gonna say Cecilia Plante. Plant? She on, Sarah? Okay, I'm gonna ask Mr. Pittsnoggle if you can try one more time. If not, we're gonna take some questions.
Cecilia is just not signed up for Oracle.
Okay, fair enough. You know, it says 5 on here, and Delegate Lukey is included as one of the 5, so that's probably why. Okay,
Mr. Chairman.
We'll take some questions, but before that, I just wanted to congratulate Ms. Pog for your new position, and we wish you the best of luck in your new position. And I can't speak for the chairwoman, but would love to hear about some of your experiences and some of your plans for the future for the new school, for the schools that you oversee.
Thank you. I would love to share those experiences.
Absolutely. Anything we can do to help. So any questions for Delegate Lukey and his panel? Seeing none, that concludes the public hearing for House Bill 150. House Bill 139. Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, we're going to move on to House Bill 194. Delegate Shetty. Mr.
Hi there. Yes, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. My apologies. I think like many of us today, we are all hopping between Zooms. So Vice Chair Washington, members of the Ways and Means Committee, thank you so much for the opportunity to share my testimony in support of House Bill 194, which will require local boards of education to provide age-appropriate instruction on the risks of sexting as part of the family life and human sexuality curriculum in every grade in which the curriculum is being taught in public schools in the county, beginning in the 2022-2023 school year. HB 194 is part 2 of our legislature's effort to address sexting among young people. It's an issue that was first addressed by a bill from my committee and passed by this chamber unanimously last session. The Judiciary Committee's bill last year that was led by Chair Clippinger corrected our criminal code to ensure that young people who engage in consensual sexting activity are not sent to jail unnecessarily. Instead, the law now allows judges to order young people who are caught engaged in consensual sending or receiving of these images to participate in an educational program designed to teach them the potential long-lasting and permanent harms of this behavior. However, all of the stakeholders, including young people that we worked with, many of whom are here today to testify in support, realize that if a young person is first learning about these harms via a judge-ordered program, then it's too late. Thus, before you today is HB 194. It will require local school systems to implement age-appropriate education about sexting. Currently, children are learning about consent, technology, abuse, and digital abuse. However, there is no curriculum focused on the potential danger and emotional impacts of this practice. Children have increased access to cell phones, tablets, and social media at a much younger age. In fact, in Maryland, kids can be left at home alone at the age of 8. given that this increased access, it is imperative that we do not shy away from educating young people about the dangers that they could find themselves in. Published studies on youth sexting cite between 1.3 to 60% of children have or currently are receiving or sending these types of messages. But we believe, and what we have found in studies that we have examined, is that this is likely far underreported. Last year, when we were working through the chairman's bill on this issue in our committee, House Pages reached out to me to talk about this, and they actually took a special interest in the bill, and they reported that they had surveyed amongst themselves, just informally, how many of them had sent or received this message, and 100% of them were currently engaged in those practices. So one study that was published in JAMA Pediatrics included data from 39 separate research projects, and it found that 1 in 4 young people had received this type of message, and 1 in 7 had sent a text. So there's been a significant increase in this since 2008, and there's just so much more of this activity going on, especially now with children as young as 10 or 8 receiving their first smartphones. This is a particular problem for younger kids. There's so many different forms of this. It's consensual, which was addressed via the law last session, coercive, and the republication of a sext. These are the much more harmful forms. They're distinctly different, and coerced or republished sex are unprotected activities that can result in serious criminal consequences, as well as permanent harm to kids. HB 194 seeks to educate our young people on these issues and would ensure that children fully understand the choices that they're making behind their screens. I want to add that I had an opportunity to review both the informational as unfavorable testimony that was provided as part of your bill file today. And I'll note that the school boards and the superintendents that weighed in unfavorably, they specified that it was not the policy that they were opposed to, but in fact, had concerns about a legislature mandating changes to curriculum. And in one of the testimonies, it specifically cites sexting as an example of current education that is being conducted at the local level. If you all might recall this, that actually was a bill that mandated it be included in curriculums led by Delegate Ariana Kelly. So I found that to be an especially interesting example to offer. Yes, we don't typically regulate curriculum via legislation. We make exceptions when it is regarding the health or safety of our children. This is a prime example of both. And so I hope that the committee will consider this bill favorably, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hi, thank you, Vice Chair. I'm back. I'm back from Delegate Shetty's committee where I was testifying for an hour, apparently. So moving on, I know Delegate Shetty, you have a panel. Just so everyone's aware, I believe the bells are about to ring in 1 minute. So what I'm going to do is take a break right here so that folks can get back across to the House floor. And then I apologize to all of your witnesses, and we will resume after the House floor is done. Which I would imagine might be around 4 o'clock, but please just listen though, to make sure, but 2 hours is a good estimate. So with that, we will take a pause from House Bill 194 and we will come back and resume House Bill 194. Hi, Gavin. It's nice to see you.
Hi, Delegate. Nice to see you too.
Earlier. Everyone, I just want to let you know that we are still live streaming and we're going to begin in about 1 minute. Okay, everyone, welcome back to the hearings for the Ways and Means Committee on January 27th. We apologize for the interruption. We had to go to the House floor, but we are now back. So we will resume testimony on House Bill 194. That was Delegate Shetty's bill. And if I am correct, just interrupt me, Delegate Shetty, you had concluded your testimony. And we now, the rest of the witnesses will have 2 minutes. And we will begin with Miss Lisa Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's such a delight to see you in the chair seat and be in front of Ways and Means. Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Ways and Means Committee. I'm Lisa Jordan with the Maryland Coalition Against Sexual Assault, and I live much of my professional life in front of Judiciary with Delegate Shetty, so we're excited to be here. We are here to urge a favorable report on House Bill 194. The Maryland Coalition Against Sexual Assault believes that sexting education is a vital component of modern day consent education, but also that it's an important step to controlling child pornography. The COVID-19 pandemic has made education about sexting even more important as children and predators spend more and more time online and they communicate through electronic means. And you know, the difference between kids having sex and kids engaging in sexting is that sexting produces this electronic image. And that electronic image is attractive to pedophiles. It increases the risk of revenge porn, sextortion, sex trafficking, negative impact on employment or academic options, and more. Promises to keep images private are not always kept, and the digital era makes it all too easy to distribute images. Once an image is distributed, the harm to the exploited youth is serious and irreversible. And once an image is on the internet, it really lives there forever. So I do not want to suggest in any way that sexting between peers is somehow inherently criminal, but it does carry significant risks. And I very much appreciate that this committee and the General Assembly enacted consent education several years ago. It's been extremely effective, and it's important to know that as much as I respect the local school district's ability to have their own curriculum, they often avoid talking about sexuality, sexual assault, sexting. So it is important that in this instance, this committee report favorably on House Bill 194 and mandate sexting education. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Next, we have Gavin Pashnik for 2 minutes, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Gavin Potashnik. I am the Deputy State's Attorney for Harford County. Part of my job and where I actually physically sit is in the Child Advocacy Center in Harford County. And unfortunately, part of what I do in terms of investigations is to review for legal sufficiency with our ICAC team, which is the Internet Crimes Against Children, images of child pornography. And I'm sad to say that many of the images that get out from the internet are born out of sexting, dalliances between two teenagers. And again, I echo what Lisa Jordan indicated, that we don't necessarily see it as criminal. And in fact, we have a policy in Harford County where sexting between two consenting teenagers is dealt with at the SRO level in schools, where it's kind of referred to the parents for them to deal with. We don't want to criminalize it. However, those images do get out. And I don't believe that kids really quite understand the gravity of what it is they're engaging in. The most unfortunate thing is that more kids, younger and younger, are receiving cell phones, and more kids we're seeing, younger and younger, are engaging in sexting behavior. I think that this bill, House Bill 194, would addresses that situation, addresses the ability for the schools to try to teach this in a manageable way, and really, talks about it in an honest way with kids to include relationship management so that kids understand that sexting is a new thing that should be should be reformed about, not necessarily just left up to their own devices because we're scared to talk about this conversation. Honestly, we've tried to introduce programs in the school and been told that we shouldn't do so because that is a parent's prerogative. And unfortunately, it's just not being done. So, I'd ask for your support on House Bill 194. I thank Delegate Shetty for bringing this up and ask for a favorable report. And I'm here for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next for 2 minutes, Angela's Evans, please.
Hello all, thank you for having me today. I am here on the behalf of Turnaround Inc. And we, as an agency, we would like to vote respectfully request that for a favorable report of House Bill 194. This bill would not only prevent potential criminalization of youth across Maryland, it could also serve as an instrumental role in advancing the preventive, interventive, and restorative education and training measures to young people in the state of Maryland that Turnaround provides every day. Turnaround's mission is to educate, advocate for, and to empower all people impacted by issues of intimate partner violence, sexual violence, as well as human trafficking. And I'm here today to emphasize on the education piece. In order to prevent sexual violence, we must understand and address risks and protective factors at the individual, relational, community, as well as societal level. In order to prevent this bill will play an important step in opening up dialogue with young people in Maryland about boundaries and the risks of sharing sexually explicit material in this way. It is also a responsive measure to modern methods of communication and recognizing the technology is being used to facilitate sexual activity. It is necessary to involve our curriculum to cover education and dialogue with students about the potential of sexting to contribute to that individual risk factors like early sexual initiation, prospective sexual abuse, as well as exposure to sexually explicit media. Over the last decade, I have personally spent more hours with young people providing prevention education than I have my own home pre-pandemic. That is discussing everything from how to keep one's body safe from people that we actually teach our children to trust, and to how to spot red flags and potential abusive relationships. Some may worry that our children are too young for such a topic as sexting, but as noted before, these conversations are happening whether we're going to be a part of them or not.
Then I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up your testimony, please.
Yeah, absolutely. So I just want to we just want to favorably vote for this bill, emphasizing how it directly ties to prevention measures. Thank you all for having me, and I'm also available for questions.
Thank you. Melanie Shapiro, for 2 minutes, please.
Madam Chair, I believe Ms. Shapiro is over in Judiciary. We have a bill hearing at exactly the same time.
Okay, I'll circle back. Thank you. So we'll move on to Stacy Bishop, please.
Hi, my name is Stacy Bishop. I'm the Outreach Director of Girls Inc. of Washington County, and I would like to testify favorably on House Bill 194. As a family life educator in Washington County, I feel it would benefit our students to receive age-appropriate information on the risks of sexting as part of their family life programming in all the grade levels that it's taught. In my 15 years of working with middle school students, what I have found is they really don't have a lot of information about sexting. And unfortunately, some of them at this point have already received sex messages. They've been asked to send messages, and they're just not really sure how to handle that. So I think in order to help keep our students safe, we need to empower them with knowledge. Most of them do have access to tablets, computers, social media as early as elementary school. So even though that allows them extra opportunities, it also increases their risks of harms associated with the digital world. And I think equipping the students with skills to effectively navigate through that digital environment would help them to be able to understand some of the risks and dangers and consequences that come along with all of that. I know when I was recently working with some high school students, we had a conversation about sexting and the laws that go along with that. And they really didn't seem to have a lot of information. And at ninth grade, they've been exposed to that as early as elementary school through middle school, and they really are not sure how to deal with that. So what I find is in my experience that sexting has become normalized for many teens, and they don't really think that it comes with consequences. So I think for them to be ethical digital citizens, we need to make sure that we're giving them this information as early as we can to help keep them safe. And I think it's our responsibility to do that at an early age so that they can hear it over and over again to maintain their safety. Thank you.
Next, we will have Michael Gross for 2 minutes, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Michal Gross, and I'm an assistant public defender in Southern Maryland, where I represent youth in juvenile and adult court. HB 194, which proposes age-appropriate education about sexting, stems from a 2019 Court of Appeals decision in Re SK that highlighted problems in the current laws about adolescent sexting. I actually represented SK, the teenager from Charles County, who was charged with distribution of child pornography and prosecuted in court for sending a video of herself. I appreciate the leadership from Delegate Shetty on this issue and the work she's done to reform Maryland's laws around adolescent sexting. But most importantly, the work that she's done to shift the focus to education instead of the selective prosecution. Adolescent sexting may be shocking to adults, but as Delegate Shetty has said, as many as 27% of teens are willing to admit in surveys that they have sent or received sex, but the numbers are actually likely a lot higher than that. So knowing that teens are sexting and knowing that sometimes for teens who are not quite ready to engage in sexual contact, it can be a safe alternative. Our goals are to make sure that the youth are safe, that they're aware of potential harms, that they know that there are resources available, and that they can trust adults. The Maryland Office of the Public Defender is testifying in support of this bill with amendments to make sure that we're focusing on keeping youth safe. So some of the changes that I would propose, the current definition of sexting in the bill, while I understand that there's a need for a definition of sexting, I'm worried that the definition here might scare away some youth who are in relationships with older youth. In addition, there's some concern that just want to ensure that there's a standardized curriculum developed by educators with input from students. And it's also important that the focus isn't about punishing or shaming youth for the choices that they've made, but instead about proactively educating them on safety and autonomy. I have no doubt that Delegate Shetty is already working on those amendments and incorporating the voices of youth. And therefore, I would ask this committee for a favorable report with amendments, and I'm happy to answer any questions the committee might have.
Thank you. I will call Melanie Shapiro one more time and see if she has made it over. Okay, so that concludes the testimony for those that are in favor of the bill. We do have one unfavorable. So are there any questions for the bill sponsor or those that just testified? I see Delegate Vice Chair Washington.
The unfavorables are going to speak as well, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Okay. I'll ask the question now. Delegate Shetty, thanks for bringing this bill. And obviously, we all know that this is a really important topic. We do have other bills that are similar to it, to one that we're going to be voting out today, hopefully. But wanted to just, Pazam, maybe you can respond to Pazam and Mabe, who are in opposition. They're saying that superintendents should be left with the responsibility of creating their own curriculum. Shouldn't be in the General Assembly's responsibility for doing it. And can you also just comment on their other thing, which is I think they said some parts of it. I think mostly Pazam said that they include some of this already in some of the education curriculum that's already in? Can you just respond to those?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I would be happy to do so. So on your first question regarding legislating curriculum, I understand that there is a longstanding precedent that I respect, that we typically do not legislate curriculum from the General Assembly, and we leave it to the locals to decide what they deem fit. We have made exceptions in the past when it has meant protecting kids, their health, their safety, and consent education was one of the most recent examples of that. And as we heard from my colleagues here in support of the bill, this very much falls into the same category. While we absolutely want to respect the autonomy of youth, we also want to ensure that they are engaged in safe activity. And there have been very serious consequences for youth who have engaged in this behavior. And so we just want to make sure, especially on the tail end of passing a new law just last year, that they're aware of both the potential risks involved as well as the legal framework that we now exist under here in Maryland. And as to your second question, which is another excellent one, thank you, regarding whether the current curriculum is already doing it. So in some counties, they are, and in some they are not. And in those that are, I would argue that it is wonderful that they have included this education. However, it is often starting too late. So even in the State Board of Education's testimony, the informational testimony in your bill file, they note that it is recommended that it start, I think that they say either in 6th or 8th grade or high school or something. That is far too late. Kids have access to technology much, much younger and are already distributing these images at much, much younger ages. And as a mother to a 6-year-old, I don't love thinking about that. And I think many of us here in the room are parents ourselves, and it's very difficult to think of these issues in that context. But all of us want to protect the safety of all youth here in Maryland. And I think that this type of education could help achieve that goal. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Further questions for the bill sponsor or her panel? Seeing none, I will call. We have one unfavorable for 2 minutes. Vince McAvoy, you may begin.
Great. Can you hear me all right then? Yes. Thank you. Can I get a thumbs up? Because I don't hear you.
We can hear you.
Oh, great. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that the people who are speaking on this bill are aligned with ending child pornography, and several delegates have brought to the MDGA efforts to declare porn as a public health issue in Maryland. So maybe the minds of the committee are changing in that respect. This bill mandates education at an appropriate age. When a bill involving children and education is brought from Montgomery County, Maryland, understand that in 2008, they were considered to be on the bleeding edge of sharing adult situations with children. Understand that if you Google Montgomery County schools and, Montgomery County teachers and sex offense, you're going to find a long list of problems there. And that those values are not the same as the rest of the state. The issue isn't whether we should educate children on the damages of misuse of technology and inappropriate use. The issue is the autonomy of those superintendents who are elected or chosen by their people in the various 24 districts to look out for their own children. Those are the protected parents, those are the protected teachers who know what their students, where they're at. And they're in the best situation to decide what is appropriate for them. So again, education isn't the issue. The issue is trusting the state to issue a mandate. We just saw this go on with AELR, where they basically sort of hijacked the situation where the superintendents were saying, hey, we control our areas. How are you guys, superseding this issue. So I don't trust it to a state mandate. Let these superintendents know what's going on. I mean, that's just silly. And to think that one case in, where was it, Calvert County, reflects the rest of what's going on in the state is just silly. These one-offs are not made for good law. Let these superintendents decide. They know their people.
McAvoy, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up your testimony,
All right,
please.
thank you for your time, committee.
Seeing none, that concludes the testimony on House Bill 194. Thank you, Delegate Shetty. Always great to see you. And moving on to the Ways and Means final bill of the day, House Bill 150. We have 11 folks signed up to testify. We'll start out with Delegate Charkoudian, and she has a panel. So the first folks to testify, Advika, I'm not going to try to pronounce your last name, Paige Smith, Javier Fuentes, Joe Richardson, Erica Weiss, Emily Ranson. I'll call you in that order, and then I'll call the rest of the folks. So Delegate Charkoudian, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair Atterbury, Vice Chair Washington, and colleagues on Ways and Means Committee. It's a pleasure to be with you today. Thank you for this opportunity to present. And for the record, I'm Delegate Laura Charkoudian, asking for your favorable report on HB 150. So you may or may not have a chance to discuss compost and food waste on this committee, as much as other committees have the ability to do. But this is your opportunity, and it is a fascinating and crucial issue. And so I'm excited to be here to talk about it, but also excited to talk about the intersection with education and schools and these incredibly inspiring students that you're going to have a chance to hear from. So big picture, food waste is a huge problem, both from a food security hunger issue and also from a climate change perspective. Maryland wastes almost throws away almost 1 million tons of food waste every year. That's food that could be diverted to feed people who are food insecure, and it's also food that could go into compost or organics recycling instead of into incinerators or landfill. In incinerators and landfill, food waste, when it rots, creates methane in landfill and carbon dioxide in incinerators. And so food waste and diverting food waste and eventually getting to composting, which creates healthy soils and a carbon sequestration opportunity, is a really significant issue in the climate change realm. So last year, I'm happy to say the General Assembly passed a pretty major bill that will increase the compost infrastructure in the state, and it will decrease that food that's wasted. It'll increase food that's rescued. And so in having a chance to work on that, I got connected to a number of students in Montgomery County and in other parts of the state who are working to bring compost opportunities to their schools. And these students, some of whom you're going to hear from soon, are really inspiring in the work that they're doing. And what they have been able to do is to try to find money within fundraisers, PTAs, any way that they can to really get their school to pilot some kind of food waste diversion and food waste composting. And this has given them a chance to educate their fellow students, and it's given them a chance to really demonstrate to the school system how composting can work, one, and two, save the school system money, and three, ultimately, they will be using it to advocate for the composting to become a permanent part of the waste management in the schools. So these students have been amazing, but one of the challenges when this kind of a program is up to the ability of students and the school system, the parents and the school community to raise the money to make it happen, is that there's real equity issues. There's real concerns about which students and which schools have the ability to raise that kind of money, to do this kind of thing in their school, to demonstrate to the school system, ultimately to create the shift that we are hoping we'll see in all of the school systems over the next several years. So over the summer, I worked with Montgomery County schools and some of these students to get a private grant from the World Wildlife Fund to support these efforts, and they did receive that grant, and so they'll be using that. But in the process of doing that, I decided it was really important for every school, every student in the entire state to be able to have the opportunity to pilot this kind of a thing, to try it out, and then to be able to demonstrate to the school system that this could save money. It could save food. It could lead to food recovery, responding to food insecurity issues, and it could really have a significant impact on the climate. And in the process, it can allow students to learn more about, in a very hands-on way, about a climate change solution and to educate their peers about it. I've had a chance to be in elementary schools where the students are doing this, educating each other about composting, about the impact, and where they've really been able to demonstrate how quickly students can learn this behavior change, which hopefully, in addition to making the difference in the school itself, they're also bringing home and eventually educating their families and their broader communities. So this bill basically creates a grant program. And the grant program is available to schools and school systems with a priority for student-led efforts, although not restricted to student-led efforts, to be able to establish both food waste diversion, food rescue, and also food compost and recycling of organics waste from the schools. I'll stop there because I think that the panel you're going to hear from is inspiring, and happy to take questions at whatever time is appropriate in this committee.
Thank you. Next, we have Advika, and everyone will have 2 minutes. So Advika, whenever you're ready, for 2 minutes, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Atterbury and committee members. My name is Sadvika Agarwal. I live in Clarksburg, and I'm a sophomore at Richard Montgomery High. Thank you so much for having me in support of HB 150 today on behalf of the student-led organization Compostology and the Maryland Association of Student Councils. In 7th grade, my partner Angelina and I began our first program at Clarksburg Elementary School, where students threw their leftover food in separate bins that were hauled to a compost facility. This recertified them as a Maryland Green School, and it gave the kids a new environmental passion about issues they'd only learned about in science class. I want to bring up some numbers that illustrate that the grant program is a reasonable price to pay for the impact that it can have. Each month, we diverted 880 pounds of food waste from this school of only 500 kids. Scaled up to all state public schools, we estimate at minimum 11.35 million pounds of food waste in just one 9-month school year, which is more than 1.1 million trash bags. This equals over 14,000 tons of CO2 equivalent every year from public school food waste alone. That's the same as 15.7 million pounds of coal burned. So as you can see, the scope of impact is shocking. The program itself is simple, and it costs less than $2,000 a year. But the launch process and legally aligning with the school system requires time that realistically too few can invest to reach the large-scale impact. We owe much of our success to the after-hours dedication of Mr. Meyer and Ms. Zarati's MCPS teams, and the reality is that we're working in Maryland's richest county. Many counties don't have the sustainability staff or the school staff needed to mobilize student leaders, start pilots, let alone consider systematic integration. We've spoken with over 50 schools that are keen but unsupported in starting and sustaining programs, and students have been organizing and volunteering for years, trying their best to make environmental change. It's time for the state to maximize its own returns on the hours we already put in as students. The students of Maryland urge you to vote favorably on HB 150, which is among the most effective solutions. It enables educational and developmental opportunities, long-lasting behavior changes extending beyond school grounds, and tangible waste reduction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Paige Smith for 2 minutes, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Atterbury and members of the Ways and Means Committee. I'm Paige Smith from Frederick County and a student leader of the organization Lunch at Landfills. I'm testifying to express my support for HB 150, sponsored by Delegate Sharkudian. As I learned the anthropogenic detriment on Earth, my passion was ignited to become an environmental engineer. I started implementing my sustainable practices in my personal life, but I knew that was inadequate. However, I also couldn't wait another 5 years to have my engineering degree to make a difference, and likewise, we cannot wait any longer to make the change that this bill would empower. With organic waste making up 8% of anthropogenic greenhouse gases annually, it is abundantly clear that providing the means to tackle this issue would help reverse climate change and significantly reduce methane emissions. By working with Lunch Out of Landfills for the past year and a half, I've witnessed firsthand the positive systemic impact that providing schools with the support to compost and recover food has had. Currently, the schools involved in the diversion program are diverting up to 80% of their organic waste from landfills, and furthermore, we are on track to have approximately 200 schools in Maryland starting their diversion program next year. This bill will play a key role in promoting the systemic change that is being made by students shaping their ideal future through lunch at landfills. By supporting the grant program, schools and students are simultaneously supported to sustain our world, our home. Waste is a human invention. We can either ignore the problem or we can make a change for our future. This being said, I support HB 150. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Javier Fuentes for 2 minutes, please. Is Javier Fuentes in the Zoom? Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, just checking because I froze and then I got kicked out. Okay, so I will circle back to him. Joe Richardson.
Thank you, Chairman Atterbury, Delegate Chakouti, and members of the committee. I'm honored to have the opportunity to testify in favor of House Bill 150. I've been working on compost and waste diversion programs in schools since December of 2018, and this is what I've learned. Prior to the pandemic, Lunch Out of Landfills had programs in 14 Frederick County schools and 4 Montgomery County schools. We were diverting 80 to 87% of cafeteria waste, providing bins for liquids, organics, and improving recycling. We educated students and earned the support of building services. Advika was among those students. This fall, FCPS had agreed to pay for compost and waste diversion programs in 23 schools, but with COVID concerns and staffing issues, we're currently operating in just 6. At Middletown Elementary School, they weren't recycling, everything was going in the trash. In 20 days, they have reduced 1,505 pounds of trash to 235. They were filling 10 bags of trash that's been reduced to 3. Green Valley Elementary School has been operating since the beginning of the year and has reduced 16,200 pounds of trash to 2,700. In 22 days of food recovery, we've captured 1,367 unopened milks and juice, 603 prepackaged goods, 777 servings of fruit and vegetables, and delivered to the Urbana Food Bank. Back in 2020, Lincoln Elementary was recovering 64 unopened milks in the trash each day. That's 11,000 milks from one school in 1 year. Compost programs require supervision and monitoring. You cannot simply place a green bin in the cafeteria and not expect contamination. A staff leader, a student green team, will drive success along with high school mentorships like the kids you've met and through Learning for Life. Within a week, students are able to comply with minimal contamination. The beauty of this program is it engages every student in every school every day. This grant will fund 200 schools and will engage over 100,000 students. As more students learn about this program, twice as many schools will want in. Each school will reduce waste by an average of 100 pounds of organics per day. That's 10 tons per year. 200 schools equal 2,000 tons and could save as much as $240,000 in dumpster hauling and $120,000 in tipping fees. We will need to increase compost capacity throughout the state, and food recovery will require coordination between community and school administration. This year, we're in 18 schools. Next year, 200. 1,000 by 2020.
I have to ask you to wrap up your testimony, please.
This environmental solution is going to spread like wildfire throughout the state. We'll make it a controlled burn. Thank you.
Tez, can you hear me? I see you.
Sorry, did you say my name?
Yes.
Okay.
You can have 2 minutes to testify.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Atterbury, Vice Chair Washington, and members of the Ways and Means Committee. My name is Javier Fuentes, and I'm the president of the Lower High School Green Club here in Prince George's County. At Lower High School, we were the first high school in Prince George's County to start a composting program back in January 2020. Today, we are once again collaborating with the City of Laurel to restart and improve our composting program after it halted due to the pandemic. Students are eager to participate in environmental projects, but it is difficult to maintain that same enthusiasm towards composting when there's no school-wide education on it. This is mainly because composting is not a normalized and common practice in many places, let alone a school system. Voting in favor of House Bill 150 will help develop habits that promote environmental education and improve the health of the public. Especially in lower income communities like mine, implementing waste reduction practices in school will not only give surplus food to student families, but will also help develop habits within my community to resist the disproportionate effects of climate change. Back in 2019, when the Lower High School Green Club first conducted a waste audit, I remember everyone, including myself, smelling a trash can, gagging, and waving our hands back and forth because of the terrible smell. But now I also saw that the smile of everyone and on everyone's faces and realized that if everyone was able to interact and learn about the impacts of composting, they will genuinely want to make a difference in their own lives and their community, and will take that knowledge and experience with them with the rest of their lives. Supporting this bill would mean that schools that do not have the resources, composting bins, or a contract with a composting company can turn to this grant program as a reassurance that the future is in the hands of the composter. Therefore, I urge a favorable report on House Bill 150. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next, Erica Weiss, please.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon, Chair Atterbury and members of the Ways and Means Committee and students. I know it's been a busy day, so I'm thrilled just talking about this bill anyway. As a public health professional and a representative of the board of the Maryland Public Health Association, it's rare that I can talk about a solution that's so simple, effective, and smart for our future, but Bill 150 is that. A $500,000 investment in a grant program to help schools compost is an important start to lasting behavior change around food waste. This bill helps our children rewrite the story of the food on their trays. It's part of a bigger story, sustainable food cycle. Students now instinctively toss their scraps and uneaten foods in the trash when they're done. But that can change as they understand the value of those scraps for their future. And as those sandwich parts and rinds, they are filled with nutrition for the soil and for the future plants and foods. It's inefficient and many think unethical that we burn our food now. You don't throw a melon rind into your fireplace, right? So with the high mercury, nitrogen oxide, and carbon dioxide that incinerators release, that particulate matter is dangerous for human health. And even with technology to limit that, the ash waste must be landfilled and it leaches into our waterways. Landfills are the third largest source of greenhouse gas in the US. In several sample waste sorts, students found that 85 to 90% of the cafeteria trash could have been diverted from incinerators. On top of that, it's tragic that uneaten bananas, unused milks, they're just thrown in the trash, especially when we have to acknowledge the hunger that many of our fellow community members felt throughout this pandemic. Composting covers several public health priorities. It helps prevent toxic emissions from burning or landfilling food. It supports food recovery and food growth. It helps alleviate anxiety from students who feel helpless against climate change, because this is a practical solution that they can lead us in. It just makes sense. We need to rewrite the story of how we manage food waste. So I hope that you support House Bill 150, the Maryland Public Health Association does. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Emily Ranson for 2 minutes.
Hi, Chairwoman Atterbury, members of the committee. I am Emily Ranson with Clean Water Action, and we're here in support of House Bill 150. We really appreciate Delegate Charkoudian bringing forward this piece of legislation. We've been working on some of this compost issue area for a couple of years now. What's really nice about this bill is it's a really tangible way to reduce food waste at schools. And the results from pilots around the states have been very consistent. They support students, with support, students can divert over 80% of that cafeteria waste. It's improving sustainability, while it's also getting whole but unwanted food to the people who want it, the people who will eat it. And while other pilots have been supported by Rotaries, PTAs, private grants, this program really makes these compost efforts the most accessible to students from all sorts of economic backgrounds. And I know we brought up Frederick County, Prince George's County, Montgomery County. Another one to highlight is the great work happening out at Stephen Decatur High School out outside Ocean City. So definitely here urging a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Carrie Helsley for 2 minutes, please. Ms. Helsley? You're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Atterbury and committee members. My name is Carrie Hesley, a leader on the Maryland Sierra Club Zero Waste team. I'm speaking on behalf of the 70,000 members and supporters of the Maryland Sierra Club. Sierra Club strongly supports House Bill 150, which will reduce waste, conserve landfill space, and reduce methane emissions by providing grants to the schools for programs to reduce and compost food waste. Food waste in landfills results in the production of methane, which is a potent greenhouse gas. This bill will provide grants to establish programs to reduce food waste at diverse schools across the state and to divert usable food to needy populations in the schools' communities. It will increase composting, which enriches our soils, can decrease our reliance on chemical fertilizers, and decrease runoff into our streams. And finally, it educates students and staff on the relationship between food and the environment, providing them with concrete means of action and empowering this next generation. By awarding grants to schools with diverse approaches, we will learn more about the most efficient and effective means of achieving the goal of less food waste and more compost. And finally, the diversion of food waste from schools will contribute to the creation and support of commercial composting facilities, which are often small local businesses. In conclusion, this bill will contribute in the short run to food diversion, composting, and learning what works best. But in the long run, a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions and a more environmentally responsible population. For these reasons, the Sierra Club respectfully requests a favorable report on HB 150. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Brenda Platt, please, for 2 minutes.
All right, good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Brenda Platt, and I direct the Composting for Community initiative at the Institute for Local Self-Reliance. I'm also here today representing the Maryland DC Compost Council. While Maryland has made steady progress in advancing composting, what is still sorely lacking is funding for education and funding to expand composting capacity at the community level. One beauty of composting is that it works very well at different sizes, from a worm bin in a classroom or a compost tumbler at a school garden to farm scale and large industrial sites and everything in between. But too often we overlook the potential to scale up a network of small sites. And what happens is we sadly end up privileging just large industrial sites. Now, there are many ways to reduce wasted food at schools. I've been tracking this across the country. Some schools compost on site, some segregate for others to compost, some install fridges to rescue surplus food, some implement new curriculum, some replace single-use plastic cutlery with washable products. This grant program would directly address the fact that too few of these model programs are in Maryland. The bill's focus on funding a wide range of projects is excellent. Its focus on student-led projects is likewise terrific. Young composters become old composters. One thing I'll just say is please do not restrict who can qualify for funding to just school facility administrators. PTA, student groups, food rescue, and other appropriate organizations should be eligible. And also worth noting is composting is largely an outdoor activity, so it can be integrated into outdoor education, which we know is important to student physical and mental health, and perhaps more critical than ever given the COVID pandemic. I urge you to pass this bill, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. And the last witness to testify on this piece of legislation, John Willems, for 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. John Willems, representing the Maryland Association of Boards of Education. You have my written testimony for all the reasons that you have heard from Delegate Charkoudian and other supporters of the bill. MABE strongly supports this bill. My written testimony emphasizes that we do believe, given the professional development, staffing, facilities, equipment, responsibilities attendant to implementing the grant, if it were to be received, that the school system, that the county board be the applicant for the grant. In the alternative, I would suggest that another way to address that would be the county boards or schools in accordance with local board policy. We are going to transition to a lot of school-based budgeting under the blueprint. And so there is a movement in that direction, but because of the staffing, facilities, implications of these grants and the public funding to support them, we do urge a more system-wide, at least awareness that these grants are occurring. And there have been other grants completely unrelated to this that have been applied for at the school level or classroom level. And so there's some heightened awareness about our accountability for grants that are being applied for and reviewed and approved at the school level. Noting that also an interesting nuance of this bill that we have no objections to, but is that while it's administered by the department, the applicants selected for the grants are actually approved by a private nonprofit organization, not a governmental entity. So, it's kind of another facet of this legislation. But we strongly support the school-based impetus of the bill and the curricular components of the bill and the on-site benefits of composting and the waste management. But it's going to be intensive. It is where it's been employed. And we recognize the benefits of growing this program. So we urge a favorable on the bill, to be clear, but with the amendment described in my testimony, or that reference to in accordance with local school system policy, so that any school that's applying for this grant on its own is doing so within the purview of the system-wide policy. Thank you.
That concludes the testimony on House Bill 150. Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, that concludes the testimony on House Bill 150. Thank you. I do want to recall House Bill 154. I think Mr. Willems didn't get an opportunity to testify on that. So we will give him an opportunity now to testify on House Bill 154. So whenever you're ready, Mr. Willems, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Well, probably happy coincidence that I was passed over because it gave me an extra few minutes to exchange emails with the sponsor of the bill, Delegate Plakovich Carr, and we are supporting the anaphylactic food allergy bill with amendments, very, I would say, minor and technical amendments to facilitate the successful implementation of the bill. Many of the requirements in the bill are aligned with federal standards and best practices. And I would say, as some of you know, but some of these school health related bills have actually been heard upstairs and around the corner from you in HGO. But we tend to be big fans of aligning student health issues with 504 plans. They're a way of making sure that everyone at the school site is aware of the student-specific health needs, the school nurse, doctor, parents, principal, and really all staff who are in direct contact with the student. The bill definitely touches on that. We're also a big fan of up-to-date Maryland school health guidance documents. And so MSDE will at times let these school health documents, and it's not just MSDE, it's the Department of Health, so it's a partnership. We'll let these languish, and so 10 years will pass before school health guidelines are updated. And so these refreshers are very, very important. So we're in support of the legislation and urge a favorable report with amendments that we think will simply ease the successful implementation of the bill. Thank you.
Seeing no questions, that concludes the testimony on House Bill 154. That concludes the bill hearings in the Ways and Means Committee today, January 27th, 2022. Members, please, right now, hop off this link and get on the link for our first ever Jazz Hands voting session. It'll be super quick. See you in 2 seconds, everyone.